Hello friends, welcome to Let's Crack UPSC CSE English. In this marathon series, friends, we will learn Contemporary India Part 2, Class 10th NCERT. Now this is Part 1. So friends, in this session, we will discuss about the few topics like in Class 9th NCERT we have covered Contemporary India Part 1. Now in this session, we will discuss about resources and development. Then friends, we'll also cover the forest and wildlife resources, water resources, agriculture, minerals and energy resources, then manufacturing industries, lifelines of national economy. So these topics we will cover in this marathon series. So let's start today's session. And we will continue with the resources and development. Now friends, basically, when we are talking about our environment, or basically everything available in our environment which can be used to satisfy our needs, हमारी जो जरूरतें हैं उनके हिसाब से हमें जो भी चीजें हमारे इन्वायरमेंट में अवेलेबल हैं उनका हम उपयोग करते हैं. So we can be used to satisfy our needs provided it is technologically accessible, economically feasible and culturally acceptable, can be termed as resource. तो ऐसी चीजें जो बच्चों हम कह सकते हैं एक्सेसिबल हो, देन आर्थिक रूप से फिजिबल हो एंड कल्चरली एक्सेप्टेड हो, इसको हम रिसोर्सेस कहते हैं. तो अंकित, इन टुडे सेशन वी विल कवर कंटेम्पररी इंडिया पार्ट 2. So here is the interdependent relationship between nature, technology, and institutions. So, like friends, if we considered human being at the center, then in that triangle, like nature is at one side, institutions at other side, and technology is at other side. So this triangle will form, and where we can study the resources and development, they are interlinked with each other. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि रिसोर्सेस अलग हो और रिसोर्सेस और डेवलपमेंट को हम अलग अलग तरीके से पढ़ें. तो दिस इज द इंटरलिंकिंग बिटवीन resources and development. So we will discuss this interdependence. Yes, interdependence in details, like the human beings, nature, institutions, and technology. So before going to start today's session, it's my pleasure to welcome you all on Unacademy, India's largest learning platform. It's me, Rushikesh Inamdar, guiding UPSC aspirants from last 8 years. Friends, you can follow me on Unacademy and you can join our Telegram group using this link, where you will get important updates. Yes, friends, now block the schedule and date 8th August, where we'll conduct mega combat. Yes, mega UPSC combat on 8th August morning, 11 a.m. Friends, here will be 56 questions. Time is 60 minutes. You have to appear for the combat and chance to win amazing prizes and scholarships. So friends, attractive gifts like iPod mini, Apple AirPods, JBL speaker and Amazon vouchers, along with scholarships So after the participating in this combat, you can evaluate your preparation at all India level. So friends, you can enroll this combat using referral code RBI Live. The link is provided in the description box. So friends, there are a number of benefits Unacademy is providing with UPSC CSE subscription, like general studies and optional batches, study material in hard copy, test series for preliminary and main examination, worth rupees 2.3 lakhs in huge discounted price, which around only 57.5 thousand. So friends, these are the limited period discounted offers, because on 1st August onwards, there will be price hike on UPSC CSE subscription. So friends, hurry up, enroll yourself for these subscriptions and start your preparation. We will discuss CSE Actual Mentorship Week during our today's session. Yes, there are huge discount on combo subscription till 2nd August, which means for the 1 year of plus general studies and optional subscription, you have to pay only 49,680 rupees till 4th August. With 1 year and above combo subscription, you will get test series for optional preparation worth rupees 15,000 absolutely free. Then Maha subscription offer, where you will get extended validity, and UPSC comprehensive test series for pre and mains, where we'll cover topic wise, sectional and full length test. Here also you'll get EMI or no cost EMI benefits and loan facilities. Those aspirants facing financial constraint, they can apply for this facility. We'll provide you link in the description box. And friends, you will also get 20 books, that is study material in hard copy. So friends, there are Plus and Iconic subscription. These are the paid subscriptions available on our platform. In Plus subscription, you will get live classes, structured courses, unlimited access and weekly tests. So this unlimited access for live and recorded classes. So all these features you will get Plus course. Now, in Iconic subscription, you will get all the features of Plus course along with additional benefits like personal guidance, study planner, study material, experts guidelines एंड टेस्ट एनालिसिस. तो दोस्तों, जो बच्चे अभी 12th स्टैंडर्ड के बाद तैयारी करना चाहते हैं और जो स्टूडेंट्स अभी ग्रेजुएशन कर रहे हैं, उनके लिए आइकॉनिक बहुत अच्छा सब्सक्रिप्शन है, जहां पे हम आपको पूरे यूपीएससी जर्नी में एक मेंटरशिप प्रोवाइड करेंगे. एंड फ्रेंड्स, यू कैन ऑल्सो यूज रेफरल कोड आरबीआई लाइव टू गेट 10% डिस्काउंट, which means 1 year of plus course you have to pay only 44,550 rupees, whereas for the Iconic subscription you have to pay only 67,050 rupees. You can also avail 10% discount using referral code RBI Live. Friends, we are going to start new batches from 4th August. We have regular batches, revision batches, like prelims, score booster for, yes, score booster MCQ batches, and the regional language like Tamil batches for UPSC CSE. So as per your convenience, you can join these batches. Yes, last but not the least, friends, we are providing free test series for all aspirants, where we'll cover general studies and current affairs part. You can use referral code RBI Live to unlock the free test. So friends, let's start today's topic. Contemporary India Part 2. The NCERT of class 10th today we will discuss. Yes, as I told you, in this NCERT series, friends, we will cover resources and development, forest and wildlife resources, water resources, agriculture, minerals and energy resources, manufacturing industries, lifelines of national economy. All important topics. Now, friends, the when we are talking about UPSC CSE preparation, we have to cover the topics in comprehensive manner, which will help us to crack the examination. So there is no any separation like special topics for preliminary exam or mains exam or interview. We have to cover each and every topic for the comprehensive way. Now, friends, the resources and development were like, as we have started, friends, everything available in our environment which can be used to satisfy our needs provided it is technologically accessible, economically feasible, then culturally accepted, which termed as resource. So friends, this is termed as now. See the interdependent relationship between nature, technology, and institutions. So, friends, the process of transformation of things available in our environment, which involves an interactive relationship between nature, technology, and institutions. Now, human beings interact with the nature. Yes, this is human being at the center. So, human beings interact with nature through technology, then, and also with institutions. So, human beings interact with nature through technology and create institutions to accelerate their economic development. तो दोस्तों इसको बहुत आसानी से हम समझेंगे how they are interacted with each other. So friends, do you think that resources are free gifts of nature as is assumed by many? So they are not. Don't get confused or in assumption that the resources are gift of nature as is assumed by many. Not at all. So friends, these resources are a function of human activities, function of human activities human beings themselves are essential components of resources. They transform material available in our environment into resources. So, human beings transform material available in our environment into resources and use them. They're not taking permission from anyone. As in technological world, we can say 21st century, they're not taking permission with any environmental authority. Yes. So friends, human beings transform material available in our environment into resources and use them. So these resources can be classified in the different ways. Yes, Ram Kumar, how's your preparation going on? In today's session, we will discuss about class 10th NCERT of Contemporary India Part 2. So, dear friends, now the classification of resources, as already we have discussed, like on the basis of origin, like biotic and abiotic. So can you tell me what is mean by biotic and abiotic? Please, anyone. Yes, friends, we have discussed this biotic and abiotic classification in previous NCERT. I hope so, in the 8th class NCERT, not 9th, 8th class NCERT. Okay, just recall what we have learned. Now we'll moving, then we'll again come back to biotic, abiotic. Before that, friends, these resources are classified on the basis of origin, like biotic, abiotic, then on the basis of exhaustibility, renewable and non-renewable, on the basis of ownership, that is individual, community, national, international, and on the basis of status of development, like potential, developed stock and reserves. So friends, when we are talking about resource or the resources, there is the classification of resources is given. Now see, the resources divided into natural and human. Yes, natural and human. This is the first step, classification. Then next is renewable and non-renewable. Yes, natural resources divided into renewable and non-renewable. Then human resources divided into structures and institutions, quantity and quality. renewable resources divided into, that is continuous or biological, and then again biological resources divided into natural vegetation and wildlife. So friends, this is the most important chart for the classification. Then again, when we are talking about non-renewable, which is again divided into two types: recyclable, example metals, and non-recyclable, which means fossil fuels. So friends, this is the classification of resources. Now we will discuss types of resources on the basis of origin. So first, biotic resources. Now friends, these are obtained from biosphere and have life, such as human beings, flora, fauna, then fisheries, livestock, etc. Now friends, biotic resources means those have life. Yes, living things we can say. Or then these biotic resources obtained from biosphere have life, such as human beings, flora, fauna, fisheries, livestock, etc. Now next is, after biotic resources, we'll see abiotic resources. Abiotic resources. Now friends, all those things which are composed of non-living, yes, non-living things are called abiotic resources. Now these non-living things like rocks, metals, these are the non-living things. So these are the abiotic resources. Now just remember and fix in your mind the basic biotic and abiotic resources. Now friends, one of the student, sorry, science graduate, he was appeared for UPSC CSE interview. Excuse me. Why I'm emphasizing on biotic abiotic resources? There was question by the interview panel. Yes, the student was appeared in interview in 2019 itself. So he's a science graduate. One of the subject was biology, like botany. Yes. So friends, panelists asked the question about basic thing, that is, what is the difference between biotic and abiotic? Now remember friends, it's a simple question. As we know, biotic means living, abiotic means non-living. But when we are appearing for interview, at that time, there is secretion of hormones in our body, adrenaline. And in that pressure, even we skip or forget small things. So we have to do practice to handling such pressures, keep calm, face the interview with confidence. It matters. So such simple things related to science, or this like geography or science part, we can say, they will ask you the simple things in interview as well. At that time, your these basics concepts will help you to answer such questions. So friends, here we go with the next point. After the biotic resources and abiotic resources, now next classification or types of resources on the basis of exhaustibility. So friends, in exhaustibility, we will discuss about renewable resources. We'll discuss about renewable resources. So the resources which can be renewed or reproduced by physical, chemical, and mechanical processes known as renewable or replenishable resources. Like example, each and everything we have to understand with the example. These are the basic points or topics. Now, the examples of renewable resources like solar, and water, forest, wildlife, etc. So these are the renewable resources that are reproduced or renewed by the physical, chemical, or mechanical processes. After that, non-renewable resources. So these occur over very long geological time. Long geological time. Minerals and fossil fuels. Yes, example. Minerals, and fossil fuels. So these resources take millions of years in their formation. So some resources like metals are recyclable, and some like fossil fuels cannot be recycled and get exhausted with their use. So non-renewable resources. After that, the types of resources on the basis of ownership. Now friends, the first type is individual resources. So these resources, or these are owned privately by individuals. Farmers own land which is allocated to them by government against the payment of revenue, like any farmer's land. Then in many who are landless, urban people own plots, house and other property. Then plantation pasture lands, ponds, water in wells, etc. are some of the examples of resources ownership by individuals. So these are the individual resources like the homes, houses, then other properties, also plantation, yes, water in wells, etc. Now, after the individual resources, we will see community owned resources. So community owned resources. Now friends, resources which are accessible to all the members of the community, like village commons, like grazing grounds, burial grounds, then public parks, picnic spots, playgrounds in urban areas. They are de facto accessible to all. Yes, these are the de facto accessible to all. Now, so these are the de facto accessible all. Now, these are the community owned resources. Now, friends, now we will discuss the national resources. So, friends, technically, national resources or all the resources belong to the nation. The country has legal powers acquire even private property for public use or public good. So, roads, canals, railways being constructed on fields owned by some individuals. Urban development authorities get empowered by the government to acquire land. So, urban development authorities get empowered by the government to acquire land. So, all the minerals, water resources, water resources, then forests, wildlife, then land within the political boundaries of a nation or oceanic area up to, yes, now remember this, oceanic area up to 12 nautical miles, which means 22.2 kilometers from the coast termed as territorial water, and resources there belong to the nation. Now, then international resources. Friends, there are international institutions which regulate some resources, like the oceanic resources beyond 200 nautical miles of the exclusive economic zone, which belonging to open ocean, and no individual country can utilize this without the concurrence of international institutions. So the international resources, there are international institutions which regulate some resources, like beyond 200 nautical miles of exclusive economic zone, which belong to open ocean and no individual country can utilize these without the concurrence of international institutions or the permission by the international institutions. So these are the resources on the basis of ownership, like individual resources, community owned resources, national resources, and international resources. Now, moving to the next part on the basis of the status of development. Now, friends, see the potential resources. Now, resources which found in a region but have not been utilized. For example, the western parts of India, particularly Rajasthan and Gujarat, have enormous potential for the development of wind and solar energy. But so far, these have not been developed properly. So, those sources which have potential for the particular things, these are known as potential resources. जैसे हम कई फ्रेंड्स को भी कहते हैं यार तुम तो आईएएस बन सकते हो. द थिंग इज दैट कि आप उसमें से कुछ ऐसी क्वालिटीज देखते हो, लाइक द पोटेंशियल देखते हो, तो हिज पोटेंशियल टू क्रैक द यूपीएससी सीएसई एग्जामिनेशन, लाइक दैट द पोटेंशियल रिसोर्सेस, which means the resources have the potential but have not been used or utilized. These are the potential resources. Next, the developed resources. Now, friends, resources which are surveyed and their quality and quantity have been determined yes, developed resources. So, resources which are surveyed and their quality and quantity have been determined of utilization. Yes. Their quality and quantity have been determined for utilization. So the development of resources depends on technology and level of their feasibility. So these are the developed resources. Then stock. So friends, materials in the environment which have the potential to satisfy human needs, but human beings do not have the appropriate technology to access these, but do not have the appropriate technology access these are known as, yes, are included among stock. Now, the example of this stock resources, like water is compound of two gases, hydrogen and oxygen. So hydrogen can be used as rich source of energy, but we do not have advanced technology or technical know-how to use it for this purpose. Hence, it can be considered as stock. Then reserves, friends, are the subset of the stock. Reserves are the subset of the stock which can be put into use with the help of existing technical know-how, but their use has not been started. So these can be used for meeting future requirements. The river water can be used for generating hydroelectric power, but presently it is being utilized only to a limited extent. So thus the water in the dams, forests, etc. is a reserve which can be used in the future. Yes. Then you see the development of resources. Next topic. So I hope everyone cleared with what we have covered till now. Before moving to the development of resources, friends, just have a recap. We have discussed about the what is the resource which available in the environment which fulfill our needs. Those are technically accessible, economically feasible, and culturally acceptable, is known as a resource. Then we have discussed about the interdependent relationship between nature, technology, and institutions. Like how human beings use nature with the help of technology and institutions we have studied. Then we have discussed about the classification of resources So friends, the classification of resources we have discussed, like natural, human, renewable, non-renewable. In renewable, there are two parts, like continuous or flow, that is wind, water. And second one is biological. There again two parts of biological, like natural vegetation, like forest. And second one is wildlife. And there are two parts of non-renewable resources, non-renewable natural resources, like recycle, yes, recyclable and non-recyclable. Recyclable, like metals, and non-recyclable, fossil fuels. Then one of the second part of resources, like human resources, like structures and institutions, and quantity and quality. Then we have studied this types of resources in detail, like on the basis of origin, where we have covered biotic resources, abiotic resources. Biotic means living resources, like human beings, flora, fauna, fisheries, livestock. And abiotic resources, these are the non-living things, like rocks, metals. Then we have discussed the resources on the basis of exhaustibility, like renewable resources, non-renewable resources. Then on the basis of ownership, like individual resources, community owned resources, national resources, international resources. And then on the basis of status of development, like potential resources, developed resources, then stock and reserves. Now we'll study development of resources. So now friends, you will ask, why sir are you using the word all time resources, resources, resources? Because friends, chapter's name is, yes, chapter, the heading is resources and development. So now this, we will discuss the development of resources. So resources are vital for human survival, as well as for the maintaining the quality of life. It was believed that resources are free gifts of nature. As a result, human beings use them indiscriminately. And this has led to the major problems, like depletion of resources. Yes, depletion of resources for satisfying the greed of few individuals, not need, greed of few individuals. Then accumulation of resources. So friends, accumulation of resources in few hands, which in turn divided the society into two segments. That is, have and have nots, which means the rich and poor. Then again, next is the problem is indiscriminating or indiscriminate exploitation of resources has led to global ecological crises such as global warming, ozone layer, yes, ozone layer depletion, then environmental pollution, and land degradation. So we can say these are indiscriminate exploitation of resources has led to global ecological crisis such as global warming, ozone layer depletion, environmental pollution, land degradation. Now, an equitable distribution of resources has become essential for sustained quality, yes, sustained quality life. Yes, sustained quality of life, global peace. So, if the present trend of resource, yes, the present trend of resource depletion by few individuals and countries continues, the future of our planet is in danger. Yes. So therefore, resources planning is essential resources planning is essential for sustainable existence of all forms of life. Now, sustainable existence in a component of sustainable development. So friends, when we are talking about sustainable development, so friends, sustainable economic development means the development should take place without damaging the environment, and development is without damaging the environment and the development in the present should not compromise with the needs of the future generations. So this is the sustainable development. So friends, sustainable economic development means development should take place without damaging the environment, and development in the present should not compromise with the needs of the future generations. So the midway of the development with the conservation of resources, not damaging the environmental resources or environment, is known as sustainable development. Now we will also see the Rio de Janeiro Earth Summit. So friends, Rio de Janeiro's Earth Summit 1992. Now we will discuss Rio de Janeiro Earth Summit after the sustainable development and the development of resources. Now start with Rio de Janeiro Earth Summit 1992. So friends, in June 1992, more than more than 100 heads of states met in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. So friends, for the first time, International Earth Summit was conducted. So first time international platform was created for the environmental issues, we can say. So the summit was convened for addressing urgent problems of environment protection and socio-economic development. Environmental protection and socio-economic development at the global level. Now, the assembled leaders signed the declaration on global climatic change and biological diversity. Right. So the platform where more than 100 heads of states attended the Earth Summit in 1992 in Brazil. So at that time, this is the first such type of platform available at global level. So the summit was convened for addressing urgent problems of environmental protection and socio-economic development at global level. The assembled leaders, they signed declaration on global climatic change and biological diversity. So the Rio de Janeiro Convention endorsed the global forest principles, and adopted Agenda 21. Now friends, just remember that the Agenda 21, one of the important topic. So Agenda 21 for achieving sustainable development in the 21st century. So friends, like this Rio Convention endorsed the global forest principles and adopted Agenda 21 for achieving sustainable development in the 21st century. Now we'll also discuss Agenda 21 in details. So dear friends, do not forget to download Unacademy app. You can follow me on the Unacademy application. Yes, with the name of Rushikesh Inamdar. And friends, you will get chance to watch free special classes. You can also follow me there. Then you will get the alert for the upcoming free special classes. Now friends, the free special classes, these are the interactive live classes. We are providing alert of the schedule. Then also you will get lecture notes. Now friends, the anytime anywhere you can watch these recorded or live classes from any of your devices. So do not forget to attend special classes on Unacademy app. You can also use the code RBI Live to watch these free lectures, which means in this on this app you can watch the recorded and upcoming special classes of all educators. This is absolutely free. And do not forget to use code RBI Live to watch free content on Unacademy app. Now friends, here we will discuss Agenda 21. Now, it is the declaration which is signed by world leaders in 1992 at the United Nations Conference on Environment Development, UNCD. So friends, this conference took place at Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. So it aims at achieving global sustainable development. Then it is an agenda to combat environmental damage, then poverty, disease, through global cooperation. Global cooperation on common interests. Now, friends, mutual needs and share responsibilities. So, one major objective of Agenda 21 is that every local government should draw its own Agenda 21. Yes, the own local Agenda 21. Because when we are talking about global diversity, friends, there are different challenges before different nations. Like those nations having ocean borders or the seashores, they're having different challenges. The landlocked nations having different challenges. Then again, the position on the globe is also responsible for the environmental challenges. So, in Earth Summit Rio de Janeiro, all global leaders signed an agreement. Then also, under Agenda 21, they decided common minimum program like to combat environmental damage, poverty. This is to global cooperation on common interests, mutual needs, and shared responsibilities. Along with that, there is one important point, that is all nations will also prepare their own local Agenda 21 as per their challenges. Now, friends, after this Agenda 21, now we will discuss resource planning. As we know, planning is most important part. When we are talking about the planning for our tour, planning for our trip, planning for study, planning for degree, post-graduation, even planning for UPSC CSE examination. So planning is most important part. Now, again, if we are talking about resource planning, friends, planning is the widely accepted strategy for judicious. So friends, as resource planning is important. Now, planning is widely accepted strategy for judicious use of resources. It has importance in a country like India, which has enormous diversity in the availability of resources. So friends, when we are talking about resource planning, is widely accepted strategy for judicious use of resources. It has importance in a country like India, where enormous diversity in the availability of resources. Now, friends, there are regions which are rich in certain types of resources but are deficient, yes, deficient in some other resources. So there are some regions which considered to be self-sufficient in terms of the availability of resources, and there are some regions which have acute shortage of some vital resources. Like for example, the state of Rajasthan, yes, RJ stands for Rajasthan, is very endowed with the solar and wind energy, but lacks in water resources. Then the cold desert of Ladakh, the relatively isolated from the rest of the country. It has very rich cultural heritage, but it is deficient in water, infrastructure, so lack in the infrastructure, then water and some vital minerals as well. So friends, this calls for balance. Yes, this calls for balanced resource planning at the national, state, regional, and local level. Now, friends, the resource planning in India the resource planning is complex process which involves identification and inventory of resources, identification and inventory of resources across the regions of the country. This involves surveying, mapping, and qualitative and quantitative estimation and measurement of resources. Then, second, evolving a planning structure yes, evolving a planning structure which endowed with appropriate technology, skill, and institutional setup for implementing resources development plans. Then the third one is matching the resource development plans with overall national development plans. So the matching the resources development plans with the national development plans. Now friends, India has made concerted efforts achieving the goals of resource planning right from the first 5-year plan launched after independence. Now, the availability of resources is necessary condition for the development of any region, but merely availability of resources in the absence of corresponding changes in technology and institutions may hinder development. So there are many regions in our country that are rich in resources, but these are included in economically backward regions. On the country, yes, on the contrary, there are some regions which have a poor resource base, but they are economically developed. Now, friends, there are some resource rich but economically backward regions, and some resource poor but economically developed regions are in every nation, or we can say like diverse country like India. Now, friends, the history of colonization, which reveals that rich resources in colonies were the main attractions for the foreign invaders. It was primarily the higher level of technological development of colonizing countries that helped them to exploit resources of other regions and establish their supremacy over the colonies. And therefore, resources can contribute to development only when they are accompanied by appropriate technological development and institutional changes. So friends, India has experienced all this in different phases of colonization. Therefore, in India, development in general and resources development in particular does not only involve the availability of resources but also the technology quality of human resources and the historical experiences of the people. Now, after the resource planning in India, we will discuss conservation of resources. Now, friends, resources are vital for any developmental activity, but irrational consumption and overutilization overutilization of resources may lead to socio-economic and environmental problems. Now, friends, the resource conservation at various levels is important. Now, this has been the main concern of the leaders and thinkers in the past. Like, for example, Gandhiji was very active voicing his concern about resource conservation. In the words, there is enough for everybody's need and not for anybody's greed. So, friends, the Mahatma Gandhiji's famous saying or words that there is enough for everybody's need but not for anybody's greed. So he placed the greedy and selfish individuals and exploitative nature of modern technology as the root cause for resource depletion. Yes. And same at the global level. So he was against mass production and wanted to replace it with production by the masses. He was against mass production and wanted to replace it with the production by the masses. Now, at international level, the Club of Rome, which advocated resource conservation for the first time in more systematic way in 1968. So subsequently in 1974, Gandhian philosophy was once again presented by Schumacher in his book, Small is Beautiful. So friends, the seminal contribution with respect to resource, yes, with respect to resource conservation at the global level was made by the Brundtland Commission report 1987. So this report introduced the concept of sustainable development and advocated it as means for resource conservation. So friends, so which was subsequently published in a book entitled A Common Future. And another significant contribution was made at the Earth Summit at Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, 1992. So then, now come to the land resources. So friends, we live on land, we perform our economic activities on land, and we use it in different ways. Thus, land is natural resource of utmost importance. It supports natural vegetation, wildlife, human life, economic activities, transport and communication systems. However, land is an asset of a finite magnitude. Therefore, it is important to use the available land for various purposes with careful planning. Now, friends, Indian land under a variety of relief features, namely mountain, plateaus, plains, and islands. Now, about 43% of the land area is plain, which provides facilities for agriculture, industry. Mountains account 30% of the total surface of the country, which is ensure perennial flow of some rivers, I hope everyone aware about the perennial rivers. Now, friends, the mountain which provide facilities for tourism and ecological aspects. Now, about 27% of the area country is the plateau region. So friends, it possesses rich reserves of minerals, fossil fuels, and forests. Now, land utilization. Yes. So in land resources, land under important relief features like plains, mountains, plateaus. Now, after the important relief features, friends, we will see land utilization. So land resources are used for the various purposes like forests, then land not available for cultivation, that is barren land, wetland, then land put to non-agriculture, non-agricultural uses like buildings, roads, factories, etc. Now, friends, the other uncultivated land excluding fallow land, now permanent pastures and grazing land, then land under miscellaneous tree crops so miscellaneous tree crops groups not included in the zone area. Then cultivable waste which left cultivated for more than 5 agricultural years. Then fourth one, which is fallow lands, like current fallow. So land which left without cultivation for one or less than one agricultural year. Then the other than fallow, so left uncultivated for the past 1 to 5 agricultural years. And then fifth one is the net zone area. So area, so more than one, yes, more than once in an agriculture year, plus net zone area is known as gross cropped area. This is land utilization. So first is for forests, then land not available for cultivation, like barren and wasteland, where the crop or we cannot produce sown area. These are the barren and wasteland. Then land is non-agricultural uses, like the buildings, roads, and factories. Then third is the uncultivated land, like fallow land. So yes, other than uncultivated land, excluding fallow land. So uncultivated land, that is permanent pastures and grazing land, land under miscellaneous tree crops groups not included in net zone area, and then cultivable wasteland left uncultivated for more than 5 agricultural years. Then that is current fallow, which means the land which was not in cultivation for one or less than one agricultural year, which means the recently that land is just considered as fallow land. And other than fallow lands, yes, other than current fallow land, like left uncultivated for past 1 to 5 agriculture years. And fifth one, land utilization is net sown area. So area sown more than once in an agriculture year, plus net sown area is known as gross cropped area. Now moving to the next part. that land use pattern in India. Now friends, land use pattern in India. The use of land is determined both by physical factors such as topography, climate, soil types, as well as human factors like population, density, then technological capability and culture and traditions, etc. So human factors are also responsible for the use of land determined by both physical and human factors. Physical factors like topography, climate, soil types. Human factors like population density, technological capability, and culture and traditions. Now, friends, see the general land use categories in 1961, 6061, and general land use categories 2014-15. So, friends, the reporting area is 100%. Now, when we are talking about past, that is in 1960-61, where 42.26 area, which is under the net zone area, yes, then the area which is under forest, which is around 18.11%, then barren and uncultivated wasteland is 18.11%. Then area under non-agriculture uses, which is 4.95%. Excuse me. Then permanent pasture and grazing land, which is around 4.71%. Then area under miscellaneous tree crops and grooves, which is 1.50%. Then cultivable wasteland is 6.23%. Then fallow other than current fallow is 3.50%. Then current fallow land is 3.73%. And the net sown area is 46.26%. Now, in 2014-15, the general land use categories like cultivable wasteland, which is around 4.0%. Then friends, forest land is 23.3%. Then barren and uncultivable wasteland 5.5%. Then area under non-agricultural uses 8.7%. Permanent pasture and grazing land 3.3%. Then area under miscellaneous tree crops and grooves 1%. Then cultivable wasteland 4%. Fallow other than current fallow, which is around 3.6%. Current fallow 4.9%. And net sown area 45.5%. So friends, total geographical area of India is 3.28 million square kilometer, and land use data, however, is available only for 93% of total geographical area, because the land use reporting for the most of the northeast states except Assam has not been done fully. So moreover, some areas of Jammu and Kashmir, which occupied by Pakistan and China, have also not been surveyed. Now, the land under permanent pasture has also decreased. However, we are able to feed our huge cattle. Yes, huge cattle population on this pasture land. And what are the, yes, then we have to face the consequences for the same. So most of the other than the current fallow lands are either of poor quality or the cost of cultivation. Now, the cultivation of such land is very high. Hence, these lands are cultivated once or twice in about 2 to 3 years. And if these are included in the net sown area, then the percentage of net sown area in India comes to about 54%. Yes, 54% of the total reporting area. Then the pattern of nets on area varies greatly from one state to another. It is over 80% of the total area in Punjab and Haryana, and less than 10% in Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Manipur, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So there are geographical or climatic concerns or reasons for the low proportion of net showing area in these states. Now, forest area in the country is far lower than the desired 33% of geographical area. So as it was outlined in National Forest Policy 1952. So friends, it was considered essential for maintenance of the ecological balance, the livelihood of millions of people who live on the fringes of these forests depends upon it. Because the part of the land which is termed as wasteland and land put to other non-agricultural uses. Now friends, a part of the land is termed as wasteland and put to other non-agricultural uses. Wasteland includes rocky, arid and desert areas and land put to other non-agricultural uses includes settlements, roads, railways, industry, etc. Now, continuous use of land over a long period of time without taking appropriate measures to conserve and manage it has resulted in land degradation. So this in turn has serious repercussions on society and the environment. Now, land degradation and conservation measures. Yes, friends, next point is land degradation and conservation measures. So, friends, we have shared our land with the past generations and will have to do so the future generations. Yes, we have shared our land with the past generations and will have to do so with the future generations too. 95% of 95% of our basic needs for food, shelter, and clothing is obtained from land. Now, friends, human activities have not only brought about degradation of land but also aggravated the face of natural forces to cause damage to land. Now, some human activities such as deforestation, overgrazing, mining, and quarrying to have contributed significantly in land degradation. Now, friends, mining sites are abandoned after excavation work. Yes, mining sites are abandoned after excavation work is complete, which leaving deep scars and tracks of overburdening in states like Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, and Odisha. Deforestation due to mining have caused severe land degradation. So in states like Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, where deforestation due to mining have caused severe land degradation. So in the state like Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra, overgrazing is one of the main reasons for land degradation. So in the states of Punjab, Haryana, Western Uttar Pradesh, over irrigation is responsible for land degradation. So here, over irrigation in Punjab, Haryana, Western Uttar Pradesh. So friends, these are the states are degrading land due to the over irrigation, due to water lagging leading to increase in salinity and alkalinity in soil. So friends, the mineral processing like grinding of limestone for cement industry and calcite and soapstone for ceramic industry, which generate huge quantity of dust in the atmosphere. Now, it retards the process of infiltration of water into soil after it settles down on the land. In recent years, Industrial effluents as West have become a major source of land and water pollution in many parts of the country. Now, friends, so like the in recent years, industrial effluents as West have become major source of land and water pollution in many parts of the country. Now, friends, there are many ways to solve the problems of land degradation, afforestation, and proper management of grazing. Yes, there are many ways to solve the problems of land degradation, like afforestation and proper management of grazing can help to some extent, whereas planting of shelter belts of plants, control of overgrazing, then so friends, afforestation and proper management of grazing can also help to some extent for the conservation and the use of land. Then planting of shelter belts of plants, control on overgrazing, stabilization of sand dunes by growing thorny bushes are some the methods to check the land degradation in arid areas. So there are different methods for area wise, like in arid areas we have to use different tactics, and for the other areas we have to use different methods for the same. Now, proper management of wasteland, yes, wastelands, like control of mining activities, proper discharge and disposal of industrial effluent and waste after treatment can reduce land and water degradation in industrial and suburban areas. Now, here consider, friends, it's very important understand the overall management for the pollutants. Yes, they are harmful for land as well as waters. So after treating of such pollutants, then the overall degradation is controlled. Now, friends, after the land degradation and conservation measures, now we'll discuss about the soil as a resource. Friends, soil is most important renewable natural resource. Now, it is the medium of plant. Yes, it is the medium of plant growth and supports different types of living organisms on the earth. The soil is a living system. It takes million years to form soil up to few centimeter in depth. Relief, parent rock or bedrock, climate, vegetation, and other forms of life and time are important factors in the formation of soil. Now, various forces of nature, such as change in temperature, actions of running water, wind, and glaciers. So, the activities of decomposers, etc. So, various forces of nature, such as change in temperature, then running water, yes, actions of running water, then wind and glaciers, activities of decomposers, so etc. These are the contribute to formation of soil. Now, chemical and organic changes which takes place in the soil are equally important. The soil also consists of organic, that is humus, and inorganic materials. Now, on the basis of the factors responsible for soil formation, color, thickness, texture, age, chemical, and physical properties, the soils of India are classified into different types. Before going for the classification of soils, friends, we will see the soil profile. So when we are talking about soil profile, at the bottom, at the bottom, unweathered parent bedrock. Then after that, substratum. Weathered parent rock material. Then after that, above, subsoil weathered. Then topsoil, that is the upper soil layer. Now, friends, this is the soil profile. Now, see the unweathered parent bedrock, in which after few years like substratum weathered parent rock material. Then subsoil weathered rock, sand, and silt clay, and then upper soil layer. that is topsoil. Now, friends, after this, we will see the classification of soils. Yes, as resources and development, soil is natural resource. So, we'll see classification of soils. So, India has very relief features. Landforms, then climatic realms, and vegetation type. Now, these have contributed in the development of various types of soils. First is alluvial soil. So friends, first is alluvial soils. So friends, now I hope everyone is making their own notes. At that pace level, we are covering the NCRTs. So friends, it will help you to go through at least once in this detail. Now, alluvial soils, difference. This is most widely spread and important soil. In fact, in the entire northern plain, entire northern plain are made up of alluvial soils. So, these have been deposited by three important Himalayan rivers. Yes. So, this alluvial soil, which is deposited by three important Himalayan river systems, that is Indus, Ganga, and Brahmaputra. So, friends, these soils also extend in extends in Rajasthan and Gujarat through narrow corridor. Alluvial soil is also found in the eastern coastal plains, particularly in the deltas of the Mahanadi, Godavari, Krishna, and the Kaveri rivers. So, alluvial soil is also found in the eastern coastal plains, particularly in the deltas of Mahanadi, Godavari, Krishna, and Kaveri rivers. See the picture. Now, friends, the alluvial soil, which consists of various proportions of sand, silt, and clay. Yes, this is the proportion of various proportion of sand, silt, and clay. As we move inland towards the river valleys, soil particles appear somewhat bigger in size in the upper reaches of the river valley, that is near the place of the brink of slope. The soils are coarse. The soils are more common in piedmont plains such as Duars, sorry, Chos, and Terai. Now, friends, apart from the size of their grains or components, soil are also described on the basis of their age. According to their age, alluvial soils can be classified as old alluvial, as old alluvial, that is Bangar, then new alluvial, that is Khadr. So the Bangar soil has higher concentration of the old alluvial, that is Bangar soil, has more concentration or higher concentration of Kanker nodules than Khadr. So it has more fine particles and is more fertile than the Bangar. So Khadr has more fine particles and is more fertile than the Bangar. Now, friends, alluvial soils as a whole are very fertile. Mostly, these soils contain adequate proportion of potash, phosphoric acid, and lime, which are ideal for the growth of sugarcane, paddy, wheat, and other cereal and pulse crops. So due to its high fertility, regions of alluvial soils are intensively cultivated and densely populated. So friends, soils in the drier areas so the alluvial soils are intensively cultivated and densely populated. Soils are drier, soils in the drier areas are more alkaline and can be productive after proper treatment and irrigation. So this is all about the alluvial soil. Friends, you have also prepared the notes on these topics. So there is no need to again give the time for these activities. Now, friends, now after that, we will discuss black soil. Now, friends, now we will discuss about the black soil. So, friends, these soils are black in color and all are also known as regur. Yes, which is also known as so the black soil is also known as regur soils. So black soil is ideal for growing cotton and is also known as black cotton soil. So friends, it is believed that climatic conditions along with the parent rock material are the important factors for the formation of black soil. So this type of soil is typical of the Deccan Trap, that is basalt, Deccan Trap region, spread over north northwest Deccan Plateau and is made up of lava flows. Now, friends, they cover the plateau and made up of lava flows. So they cover the plateaus of Maharashtra, Saurashtra, Malwa, Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh, and extend in the southeast direction along the Godavari and the Krishna Valley. Yes, friends, the black soil, which is extended in the southeast direction along the Godavari and Krishna valleys. So basically, this is ideal for cotton. Now, friends, the black soils are made up of extremely fine, that is, clay material. They are well known for their capacity to hold moisture. In addition, they are rich in soil nutrients such as calcium carbonate, magnesium, potash, and lime. So, friends, the soils are generally poor in phosphoric contents, so they develop deep cracks during hot weather, which help in proper aeration of the soil. Now, see, which showing in the picture also. So, these soils are sticky when wet and difficult to work on unless tilted immediately after the first shower or during the pre-monsoon period. Now, after the black soil, we'll discuss red and yellow soils. Before that, friends, go through the map, major soil types. So, friends, the forest mountains, then alluvial soil, alluvial soil. Now the black soil. This is the black soil. So friends, after that, laterite. Yes, which is showing this yellowish color, which is, sorry, orange color. Laterite. Then arid. Which is shown by yellow one. This is the area of Rajasthan, which is arid soil. Now, friends, see the major soil types through the map. So, friends, the yellow soils, that is the arid one. Then alluvial forest mountains by the green. Now, red and yellow with the same red cross lines. Now, friends, moving to the next is red and yellow soils. So, friends, red and yellow soils, which are, sorry, red and yellow soils develops on crystalline igneous rocks, areas of low rainfall in the eastern and southern parts of the Deccan Plateau. So friends, the red soil develops red soil develops on crystalline igneous rocks in areas of low rainfall in the eastern and southern part of the Deccan Plateau. Then yellow and red soils are also found in parts of Odisha, now yes, yellow and red soils are also found in parts of Odisha, Chhattisgarh, southern parts of the middle Ganga plain, and along the Piedmont zone of the Western Ghats. Now these soils develop a reddish color due to diffusion of iron the reddish color due to the diffusion of iron in crystalline and metamorphic rocks. Crystalline and metamorphic rocks. It looks yellow when it occurs in hydrated form. This is red and yellow soil. Now, next is laterite soil. So friends, laterite has been derived from the Latin word later, which means brick. So the laterite soil develops under the tropical and subtropical climate. tropical and subtropical climate. And friends, with alternate wet and dry season, with the alternate wet and dry season. Now, the soil is the result of intense leaching due to heavy rain, the laterite soils are mostly deep. Yes, so laterite soils are mostly deep to very deep, acidic, generally deficient in plant nutrients and occur mostly in southern states, Western Ghats region of Maharashtra, Odisha, and some parts of West Bengal and Northeast regions, where these soils, which support deciduous and evergreen forests, it is humus rich, but under sparse vegetation and in semi-arid environment. So it is generally humus poor. Yes, in semi-arid, it's humus poor. So they are prone to erosion and degradation due to their position of the landscape. So friends, after adopting appropriate soil conservation techniques, particularly in the hilly areas of Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu, the soil is very useful for growing tea and coffee. Now, red laterite soil in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Kerala are more suitable for crops like cashew nut, yes, cashew nut. So this is the laterite soil. Now next is arid soils. So friends, arid soils which range from red to brown colored, they are generally sandy in texture, saline in nature, in some areas the salt content is very high. Yes, in some areas the salt content is very high. Common salt is opted from. Yes, common salt is obtained from by the evaporating the water. So due to the dry climate, high temperature, evaporation is faster and soil lacks humus and moisture. Now, the lower horizons of the soil are occupied by conker because the increasing calcium content downwards. The conker layer formation in bottom horizons restrict the infiltration of water, and after proper irrigation, these soils become cultivable, as has been seen in the case of Western Rajasthan. So this is the arid soils. Now then next, forest soils. So friends, these soils are found in the hilly and mountainous areas where sufficient rainforests are available. The soil textures varies according to the mountain environment. Texture varies according to mountain environment, where they are formed. Now they are loamy and silty in valley sides and coarse grained in the upper slopes. So in the snow crowded areas, yes, in the snow covered areas of Himalayas, these soils experience inundation and are acidic with low humus content. So the soils found in the lower parts of the valleys, so particularly on the river terraces and alluvial fans, are fertile. Now, after the types of soils, now friends, we will discuss about soil erosion and soil conservation. So friends, the inundation of the soil which covered and subsequent washing down is described as soil erosion. Soil erosion, which is the denudation of the soil cover and subsequent washing down, is described as soil erosion. Yes, denudation of the soil cover and subsequent washing down. So the process of soil formation and erosion go on simultaneously, and generally there is a balance between the two. Yes. The processes of soil formation and soil erosion go on simultaneously, and generally there is balance between these two. So sometimes the balance is disturbed due to human activities like deforestation, overgrazing, construction and mining, etc. Now, while natural forces like wind, glacier, and water, which lead to soil erosion. Now, the running water cuts through the clay soils and makes deep channels, which called as gullies. So friends, the running water which cuts through the clay soils and makes the deep channels, which called as gullies. Now the land becomes unfit to cultivation, which is known as bad land. The land which becomes unfit yes, the land becomes unfit for cultivation is known as bad land. Now, the in the Chambal Basin, such lands are called ravines. Sometimes water flows as a sheet over large areas down the slope, and in such cases, the topsoil is washed away. So this is known as sheet erosion. So friends, sometimes water flows as a sheet over large areas down a slope, and in such cases, the topsoil is washed away. This is known as sheet erosion. Now, wind blows loose soil off. Yes, wind blows loose soil off flat or sloping land, which is known as wind erosion. Now, soil erosion is caused by the due to defective methods of farming, looking in wrong way, that is up and down, the slope from channels for the quick flow of water leading to soil erosion. Now, plogging along the contour lines can decelerate the flow of water down the slopes, and this is called contour plogging. So friends, steps can be cut out on the slopes, making terraces. So terrace cultivation, yes, plogging along the contour lines can decelerate the flow of water down the slopes, and this is called contour plogging. So steps can be cut on the slopes, making terraces, and terrace cultivation which risks erosion. So western and central Himalayas have well-developed terrace farming. Large fields can be divided into strips. Strips of grass are left to grow between the crops. So this breaks up the force of the wind. This method is known as strip cropping. Now, the western and central Himalayas have well developed terrace farming. Large fields can be divided into strips, and strips grass are left to grow between the crops. This method is known as strip cropping. Now, planting lines of trees to create shelter also works in a similar way. Rows of such trees are called shelter belts. So these shelter belts have contributed significantly to the stabilization of sand dunes and in stabilizing the desert in western India. So friends, here is the state of India's environment. Yes, see, this is the gully erosion we have discussed. Now, so friends, this is all about the soil erosion and soil conservation. Now, here is the small information like state of India's environment. The village Sukhomajri and the district of Jhabua have shown that it's possible to reverse land degradation. The density of Sukhmojri increased from 30 per hectare in 1976 to 1,272 per hectare in 1992. Then regeneration of the environment leads to economic well-being. As a result, greater resource availability, improved agriculture and animal care, and consequently increased incomes. So, average annual household income in Sukhomajri ranged from 10,000 to 15,000 between 1979 and 1984. So, this is the example which is given. Now, friends, the people's management is essential for ecological restoration. So, with people being made decision makers by the Madhya Pradesh government, 2.9 million hectares or about 1% of India's land area are being greened across the state through the watershed management. Now, the friends, we will move to the next part. Now, the important part, that is the forest and wildlife resources. Now, the forest and wildlife resources. Now, friends, we share this planet with millions of other living beings, starting from microorganisms, bacteria, lichens, to banyan trees. Now, friends, like the our surroundings, or we can say we share this planet with millions of other living beings, which starting from microorganisms, bacteria, lichens, banyan trees, elephants, blue whale. So this is only representative names, like we have a number of animals, microorganisms, bacteria, trees, that is the flora and fauna. So friends, this entire habitat that we live, which has immense biodiversity. Now, we humans, along with all living organisms, form the complex web of ecological system in which we are only a part and very much dependent on this system for our own existence. Now, for example, friends, the plants, animals, and microorganisms recreate the quality of the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the soil that produces our food, without which we cannot survive. So, forests play a key role forests play a key role in the ecological system, as these are also primary producers on which all other living beings depend. Now, friends, biodiversity or biological diversity, which is immensely rich in wildlife, and cultivated species, diverse in form and function, but closely integrated in a system through multiple network of interdependencies. So friends, the biological diversity is immensely rich in like flora and fauna. Now friends, here we will discuss the flora and fauna in India. Now, if we look around, we will be able to find that there are some animals and plants which are unique in your area. In fact, India is one of the world's richest countries in terms of its vast array of biological diversity. This is possible twice or thrice the number yet to be discovered. Yes. Now, we have already studied in detail about the extent and variety of forest and wildlife resources in country. So we have realized the importance of these resources in our daily life. These diverse flora and fauna are so well integrated well integrated in our daily life that we take these for granted. But lately, they are under great stress, many due to insensitive, insensitive, insensitivity, yes, insensitivity to our environment. So some estimates suggest that at least 10% of India's recorded wild flora and 20% of its mammals are on threatened list. So many of these would now be categorized as critical, that is on the verge of extinction, like the cheetah, pink-headed duck, mountain quail, forest spotted owlet, and plants like Maduka ignescens, yes, a wild variety of mahua, and Herbaria heptaneuron, a species of grass. So, in fact, no one can say how many species may have already been lost. So, today we only talk the larger and more visible animals and plants that have become extinct. But what about smaller animals like insects and plants? Now, here is the information given in the NCRT book, that is vanishing forests. So, the dimensions of deforestation in India are staggering. The forest and tree cover in the country is estimated at 79.42 million hectares, which is 24.16% of the total geographical area. Then dense forest 12.2%, open forest 9.14%, and mangrove 0.14%. So according to State of Forest Report 2015, the dense forest cover has increased by 3,775 square kilometers since 2030. However, this apparent increase in the forest cover is due to conservation measures, management interventions, and plantations by different agencies. So, this is about the vanishing forests. Now, friends, let us now understand the different categories of existing plants and animal species, which based on International Union for International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources, IUCN. So we can classify as normal species, then endangered species, then vulnerable species, then rare species, then endemic species, and then extinct species. Now, friends, first of all, we will discuss normal species whose population level are considered to be normal for their survival, such as cattle, sal, pine, and rodents. Then endangered species. These are species which are danger of extinction. These are species which are in danger of extinction. The survival of such species is difficult if the negative factors that have led to a decline in their population continue to operate. The examples of such species are black buck, crocodile, Indian wild ass, Indian rhino, lion, yes, lion-tailed monkey, sungai, that is the brow antler here in Manipur. So these are the endangered species. So they are in danger of extinction. Then vulnerable species. So these are species whose population has declined to levels from where it is likely to move into the endangered category in the near future. If the negative factors continue to operate, the examples of such species are blue sheep, Asiatic elephant, and Gangetic dolphin. These are the vulnerable species whose population has declined to levels from where it is likely to move into the endangered category in the near future if the negative factors continue to operate. Then there is rare species. Friends, rare species with small population may move into endangered or vulnerable category if the negative factors affecting them continue to operate. The examples of rare species are Himalayan brown bear, wild Asiatic buffalo, desert fox, and hornbill. Yes, these are the few rare species. There are lists also. Long. Now then, endemic species. These are species which are only found in some particular areas, usually isolated by natural or geographical barriers. Like example of such species are the Andaman teal, Nicobar peagull, Andaman wild pig, Mithun in Arunachal Pradesh. These are the endemic species. And then extinct species. So these are species which are not found after searches for known and likely areas where they may occur. A species may be extinct from a local area, region, country, continent, or the entire earth. Examples of such species are the Asiatic cheetah, pink-head duck. These are the extinct species. Now, friends, Asiatic cheetah. Now, where did they go? So friends, the world's fastest land mammal, the cheetah, is a unique and specialized member of cat family. and can move at the speed of 112 kilometer per hour. The cheetah is often mistaken for a leopard. Its distinguishing marks are the long teardrop shaped lines on each side of the nose from the corner of its eyes to its mouth. So, prior to the 20th century, cheetahs were widely distributed throughout the Africa and Asia. Today, the Asian cheetah is nearly extinct due to decline of available habitat and prey. The species was declared extinct in India long back in 1952. Excuse me. Now, friends, if we look around, we, yes, if we look around, we will able to find out how many we have transformed nature into a resource obtaining directly and indirectly from the forest and wildlife, like wood, barks, leaves, rubber, medicines, dyes, food, fuel, fodder, manure, etc. So it is we ourselves who have depleted our forest and wildlife. The greatest damage inflicted on Indian forest was during the colonial period due to the expansion of the railway, agriculture, commercial and scientific forestry and mining activities. So even after independence, agricultural expansion continues to be one of the major cause of depletion of forest resources. So between 1951 and 1980, according to the Forest Survey of India, over 26,200 square kilometer of forest, yes, the forest area, was converted into agricultural land all over India. So substantial parts of the tribal belts, especially in the northeastern and central India, where have been defrosted and degraded by shifting cultivation, a type of slash and burn agriculture. Now, friends, here is the question that the few extinct, rare, and endangered species. Now, friends, here is the question that are colonial forest policies to be blamed? Some of our environmental activists say the promotion of few favored species in many parts of India, which has been carried to its ironically termed enrichment plantation, in which a single commercial valuable species was extensively planted and other species eliminated. For instance, thick monoculture has damaged the natural forest in South India and deer pine. Plantations in the Himalayas have replaced the Himalayan oak and rhododendron forests. Now see the Cycus medomai, rare cycad endemic to Eastern Ghats. Then Heteromectrus yes, tenderness endemic to Karnataka. Then Octolendra Travencia gamble, endemic to southwestern Ghats, used in mat and breakfast making. Then Emblica rides, the threatened medicinal climber. Then endangered the Nicobar megapode. So friends, large scale development projects have also contributed significantly to the loss of forest since 1951. Now, since 1951, over 5,000 square kilometer of forest was cleared for river valley projects. So, clearing of forest is still continuing with projects like the Narmada Sagar project in Madhya Pradesh, which would inundate 40,000 hectares of forest. Then mining is another important factor behind deforestation. The Baksa Tiger Reserve in West Bengal is seriously threatened by the ongoing dolomite mining. Yes, Baksa Tiger Reserve in West Bengal is seriously threatened by the ongoing dolomite mining. It has disturbed the natural habitat of many species and blocked the migration route of several others, including the great Indian elephant. Now, friends, many forest and environmentalists, yes, many foresters and environmentalists, which is hold the view that the greatest degrading factors behind the depletion of forest, yes, depletion of forest resources are grazing and fuel wood collection. Though there may be some substance in their argument, there's some substance in their argument. Yet the fact remains that a substantial part of the fuel for demand is made by looping rather than by felling entire trees. The forest ecosystem are repositories of some of the country's most valuable forest, as forest products, minerals, and other resources that meet the demands of the rapidly expanding industrial urban economy. These protected areas thus mean different things of different people. and therein lies the fertile ground for conflicts. So, friends, the Himalayan in trouble. Yes, Himalayan U in trouble. The Himalayan E, that Toxus valenciana, is a medicinal plant which found in various parts of the Himachal Pradesh and Arunachal Pradesh. A chemical compound called taxol is extracted from the bark, needles, twigs, and roots of this tree, and it has been successfully used to treat some cancers. The drug is now the biggest selling anti-cancer drug in the world. So the drug is now biggest selling anti-cancer drug in the world. The species is under great threat due to over exploitation, and in the last 1 decade, thousands of yew trees have dried up in various parts of Himachal Pradesh and Arunachal Pradesh. Now, the habitat destruction like hunting, poaching, overexploitation, environmental pollution, poisoning, and forest fires are factors which have led to the decline in India's biodiversity. Other important causes of environmental destruction are unequal access, inadequate, yes, inequitable consumption of resources, and differential sharing. Yes, differential sharing of responsibility for environmental well-being. Overpopulation in third world countries is often cited as the cause of environmental degradation. And however, an average American consumes 40 times more resources than average Somalian. Similarly, the richest 5% of Indian society probably cause more ecological damage because amount they consume than the amount they consume than the poorest 25%. So the former shares minimum responsibilities for environmental well-being. And the question is, who is consuming what, and from where, and how much? Now, friends, we know that half of the India's natural forests are gone. One third of its wetland drained out. 70% of its surface water bodies polluted. 40% of its mangroves wiped out. And with continued hunting and trade of wild animals and commercially valuable plants, thousands of plant and animal species are heading towards it. So, friends, this is the time to conserve the natural resources. Now, the destruction of forest. Yes, friends. Now, destruction of forest and wildlife is not a just biological issue. The biological loss is strongly correlated with the loss of cultural diversity. Now, friends, such losses have increasingly marginalized and impoverished many indigenous and other forest dependent communities who directly depend on various components of the forest and wildlife for food, drink, medicine, culture, spirituality, etc. Now, within the poor, women are affected. Yes, within the poor, women are affected more than men. In many societies, women bear a major responsibility of collection of fuel, fodder, water, and other basic subsistence needs. So, as these resources are depleted, the tertiary woman increases, and sometimes they have walk more than 10 kilometers to collect these resources. So, these causes serious health problems for women and negligence of home and children because of the increased hours of work, which often has serious social implications. So, the indirect impact of degradation, such as severe drought, or deforestation, which induced floods, etc., which also hits the poor the hardest. Now, poverty in these cases is a direct outcome of environmental destruction. Yes, poverty in these cases is direct outcome of environmental destruction. Now, friends, therefore, forest and wildlife are vital to the quality of life and environment. In the subcontinent, and it is imperative to adopt to sound forest and wildlife conservation strategies. Now, see in this picture the tribal girls using bamboo saplings in a nursery at Mukhali near Silent Valley. Then tribal women selling minor forest produce. Then leaf litter collection by women folk. Now, friends, conservation of forest and wildlife in India. So conservation of forest and wildlife in India. Now, friends, now conservation in the background of rapid decline in wildlife population and forestry has become essential. Now, friends, conservation preserves the ecological diversity. Yes, ecological diversity. Now, friends, in our life support system and our life support system also. Next, water, air, and soil is also conserved. So it also preserves the genetic diversity of plants, animals for better growth of species and breeding. Now, for example, in agriculture, well, we are still dependent on traditional crop variety, then fisheries too are heavily dependent on the maintenance of adequate biodiversity. Yes, the fisheries too are heavily dependent on the maintenance of aquatic biodiversity. Now, in 1960s and 1970s, conservationists demanded a national wildlife protection program. The Indian Wildlife Protection Act was implemented in 1972. Indian Wildlife Protection Act was implemented in 1972 with various provisions of protecting habitats. Now, all India list its protected species was also published. The third stop program was towards protecting the remaining population of certain endangered species by banning hunting, giving legal protection to their habitats, and restricting trade in wildlife. Yes, restricting trade in wildlife. Subsequently, central and many state governments established national parks and wildlife sanctuaries, about which we have already studied. So, the central government also announced several projects for protecting specific animals which were gravely threatened, including the tiger, the one-horned rhinoceros, the Kashmir stag, or so three types of crocodiles, like freshwater crocodile, saltwater crocodile, and gharial. So the Asiatic lion and others. So most recently, the Indian elephant, black buck, that is chinkara, the great Indian bustard, Bodwan, and the snow leopard, etc., have been given full partial, full or partial legal protection against hunting and trade throughout India. Now, friends, the Tiger Project Project Tiger is one of the key wildlife species. Yes, tiger is one of the key wildlife species in the faunal wave. In 1973, the authorities realized that the tiger population had dwindled to 1,827 from estimated 55,000. At the turn of the century, the major threats tiger population are numerous, such as poaching for trade, shrinking habitat, depletion of prey-based species, growing human population, etc. Now, the trade of tiger skins and the use of their bones in traditional medicine, especially in the Asian countries, left the tiger population on the verge of extinction, since India and Nepal provide habitat to about two-thirds of the surviving tiger. Yes, the surviving tiger population in the world. Now, these two nations become prime targets for poaching and illegal trading. Now, Project Tiger is one of the well publicized wildlife campaigns in the world. Was launched in 1973. So tiger conservation have been viewed not only as an effort to save an endangered species, but with equal importance as means of preserving biotypes of sizable magnitude. Friends, Corbett National Park, Uttarakhand, Sundarbans National Park in West Bengal, Bandhavgarh National Park in Madhya Pradesh, Sariska Wildlife Sanctuary in Rajasthan, Manas Tiger Reserve in Assam, Periyar Tiger Reserve in Kerala are some of the tiger reserves of India. So the Project Tiger. Now, friends, the conservation of projects are now focusing on biodiversity rather than a few of its components. So there is now more intensive research for different conservation measures. Now, increasingly, even insects are beginning to find a place in conservation planning. In the notification under Wildlife Act 1980 and 1986, several hundred butterflies, moths, beetles, and one dragonfly have been added to the list of protected species. In 1991, for the first time, plants were added. Yes, plants were also added to the list, starting with six species. Now, friends, types of distribution of forest and wildlife resources. Yes. Now, friends, types and distribution of forest. The rhino and deer in Kaziranga National Park. Now, friends, even if we want to conserve our vast forest and wildlife resources, it is rather difficult to manage, control, and regulate them. In India, much of the forest and wildlife resources are either owned or managed by the government through the forest department, other government departments. These are classified under the following categories. Now, first is reserved forests. Now, more than half of the total forest land has been declared reserved forests. Reserved forests are regarded as the most valuable far as the conservation of forest and wildlife resources are concerned. Then second is protected forests. Now, friends, almost one third of the total forest area is protected. One third of total forest area is protected forest as declared by the forest department. This forest land are protected from any further depletion. So the gharial population has been at its lowest since 1970s. Now third is unclassed forests. Now unclassed forests, these are other forests and wastelands belonging to both government and private individuals and communities. Now, reserved and protected forests are also referred to as permanent forest. Yes, reserved and protected forests are also referred to as permanent forest estates maintained for the purpose of producing timber and other forest produce and for productive reasons. Now, Madhya Pradesh has the largest area under permanent forests, which constituting 75% of its total forest area. Jammu and Kashmir, Andhra Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, and Maharashtra have large percentage of reserve forest of its total forest area, whereas Bihar, Haryana, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, Odisha, Rajasthan have a bulk of it under protected forests. All northeastern states and parts of Gujarat have a very high percentage of their forest as unclassed forest managed by local communities. Now, community and conservation. Friends, conservation strategies are not new in our country. We often ignore that in India, so forests are also home to some of the traditional communities. In some areas, of India, local communities are struggling to conserve these habitats along with government officials Now, recognizing that only this will secure their own long term livelihood. In Sariska Tiger Reserve, villages have fought against mining by citing the Wildlife Protection Act. Many years, villages themselves are protecting habitats and explicitly rejecting the government involved. The inhabitants of 5 villages in the Alwar district of Rajasthan have declared 1200 hectares of forest as the Bairono Dako, that is Sonchuri. So declaring their own set of rules and regulations which not allow hunting and are protecting the wildlife against any outside encroachment. Now next, sacred groves, a wealth of diverse and rare species. You can read this as per your convenience. Now, friends, the famous Chipko movement in the Himalayas has not only successfully resisted deforestation in several areas, but has also shown that community forestation with community of forestation with indigenous species can be enormously successful. Now, attempts to revive the traditional conservation methods or developing new methods of ecological farming are now widespread. So, farmers and citizens groups like the Beach Bachao Andolan, Tehri, and Navdanya have shown that adequate levels of diversity crop, yes, crop production without the use of synthetic chemicals, which are possible and economically viable. Now, in India, joint forest management joint forest management program which furnishes good example for involving local communities in the management and restoration of degraded forests. The program has been in formal existence since 1988 when the state of Odisha, which passed the first resolution for joint forest management. So, JFM depends on formation of local village institutions that undertake production activities, mostly on degraded forest land managed by forest department. In return, the members of these communities are entitled to intermediately benefits like non-timber forest produces and share in the timber harvested by successful production. The clear lesson from the dynamics of both environmental destruction and reconstruction in India is the local communities everywhere have to be involved in some kind of natural resource management, but there is still a long way to go before local communities are at the center stage in decision making, then accept only those economic or developmental activities that are people centric, environment friendly, and economically rewarding. Now, friends, it is a peculiar organism of unlimited kindness and benevolence and makes no demand for its sustenance and extend generously the product of its life activity. So the tree is a peculiar organism of unlimited kindness and benevolence and makes no demand for its sustenance. Yes, sustenances and extend generally the product of its life activity. It affords protection to all beings, offering shade even to the X-Men who destroy it. Now, this is the forest and wildlife resources. Now, friends, we're moving to the next topic, that is water resources. Water resources. So, friends, yes, friends, water resources. Now, friends, we already know that three-fourths of the Earth's surface is covered with water, but only a small proportion of it accounts for fresh water that can be put to use. This fresh water is mainly obtained from surface runoff and groundwater that is continually being renewed and recharged through the hydrological cycle. All water moves within the hydrological cycle, which ensuring that water is a renewable resource. Friends, the all waters which moves within the hydrological cycle, which ensuring that water is a renewable resource. Now, we might wonder that if three-fourths of the world is covered with water and water is a renewable resource, then how it is that countries and regions around the globe suffer from water scarcity. Now, why it is predicted that by 2025, nearly 2 billion people will live in absolute water scarcity. Now, friends, friends, given the abundance, the renewability of water, it is difficult to imagine that we may suffer from water scarcity. Now, the moment we speak water shortages, we immediately associated with the region having the regions having low rainfall and those that are drought prone. Now, We instantaneously visualize the desert of Rajasthan and women balancing mini mud cars, that is earthen pots, used for collecting and storing water and traveling long distances to get water through the availability of water resources varies over space and time, mainly due to the variation in seasonal and annual precipitation. So friends, the water scarcity which is in most cases is caused by over exploitation, excessive use and unequal access to water among different social groups. So friends, now as we have read in the hydrological cycle, fresh water can be obtained directly from precipitation, surface runoff and groundwater. Now, when we are talking about the area or a region may have ample water resources but still facing water scarcity. So many of our cities are such examples. Thus, water scarcity may be an outcome of large growing population and consequent greater demands for water. So there is mismanagement between like demand and supply. Now friends, a large population requires more water not only for domestic use but also produce more food. Hence, to facilitate higher food grain production, water resources are being over exploited to expand irrigated areas for dry season agriculture. Then irrigated agriculture is largest consumer of water. Now it is needed to rationalize rationalize the agriculture through developing drought resistant crops, and dry farming techniques. Dry farming techniques. So, we may have seen in many television advertisement that most farmers have their own wells and tube wells in their farms for irrigation to increase their produce. But have you ever wondered that or wondered what this could result in? That is maybe lead to falling groundwater levels, adversely affecting water availability and food security of the people. Now see, a Kashmiri earthquake survivor carries water in the snow in devastated village. The pictures is showing the conditions in city and nearby areas due to the rain, and this picture the long queue for water, like water scarcity. Now friends, post independent India, which post independent India witnessed intensive industrialization, intensive industrialization and urbanization, creating vast creating vast opportunities for us. Today, large industrial houses are as commonplace as the industrial units of many MNCs, multinational corporations. The ever increasing number of industries has made matters worse by exerting pressure on existing fresh water. So, industries, apart from being heavy users of water, also require power to run them. Now, much of this energy comes from hydroelectric power. Today in India, hydroelectric power contributes approximately 22% of total electricity produced, and moreover, multiplying urban centers with large and dense population and urban lifestyles have not only added to water and energy requirements but have further aggravated the problem. Now, we have focused on the quantitative aspects of water scarcity. Now, let us consider another situation where water is sufficiently available to meet the needs of the people, but the area still suffers from water scarcity. So this scarcity may be due to bad quality of water. Lately, there has been growing concern that even if there is ample water to meet the needs of the people, much of it may be polluted by domestic and industrial wastes, chemicals, pesticides, and fertilizers used in agriculture, thus making it hazardous for human use. Now, India's rivers, especially for smaller ones, have all turned into toxic streams, and even the big ones like Ganga and Yamuna are far from being pure, like the assault on India's rivers from population growth, then agriculture modernization, urbanization, and industrialization. So it's enormous and growing by the day. So this entire life stands threatened. Now, friends, we may have already realized that the need of the hour is to conserve and manage our water resources to safeguard ourselves from health hazards, to ensure food security, continuation of our livelihoods and productive activities, and also to prevent degradation of our natural ecosystem. Now, over exploitation and the mismanagement of water resources will impoverish this resource and cause ecological crisis that may have profound impact on our lives. Now, friends, for that, we have to multipurpose river projects, and integrated water resource management. Multipurpose river projects and integrated water resource management. Friends, how do we conserve and manage water? The archaeological and historical records, which shows that from ancient times, we have been constructing sophisticated hydraulic structures like dams built of stone, rubble, reservoirs or lakes, the embankments and canals for irrigation. Not surprisingly, we have continued the tradition in modern India by building dams in most of our river basins. Then hydraulic structures in ancient India in the first century BC. Sriranga Virapadu near Allahabad had sophisticated water harvesting system, channeling the flood water of the river Ganga. Now, during the time of Chandragupta Maurya, dams, lakes, and irrigation systems were extensively built. Then, evidences of sophisticated irrigation works have also been found in Kalinga, Odisha, Nagarjunkoda, Andhra Pradesh, Benur, Karnataka, and Kolhapur in Maharashtra. Friends, in the 11th century, Bhopal Lake, one of the largest artificial lakes of its time, was built. Now, in the 14th century, in 14th century, the tank in Hauj House, Delhi, was constructed by Iltutmish for supplying water to Siri Fort area. So, friends, Friends, see the Hirakud Dam. So dams were traditionally built on, yes, which built to impound rivers and rainwater that could be used later to irrigate agriculture fields. Today, dams are built not just for irrigation but for electricity generation, water supply for domestic and industrial uses, flood control, recreation, inland navigation, and fish breeding. These dams are now referred as multi-purpose projects. Whether, yes, these are the multi-purpose projects where the many uses of the impounded water are integrated with one another. Like in Satluj Bias River, the yes, the Satluj Bias River basin, Bhakra Nangal project water is being used both for hydel power production and irrigation. Then, similarly, the Hirakud project in the Mahanadi basin integrates conservation of water with flood control. Then, multipurpose projects which launched after the independence with their integrated water resources and management approach were thought of as a vehicle that would lead the nation to development and progress. So, overcoming the handicap of its colonial past, Jawaharlal Nehru proudly proclaimed the dam as the temples of modern India. The reason being that it would integrate development of agriculture and village economy with rapid industrialization and growth of the urban economy. So friends, a dam is barrier across flowing water that offsets, directs and retardates the flow, often creating a reservoir, lake or impoundment. Dam refers to the reservoir rather than the structure. Most dams have a section called a spillway or weir over which or through which it is intended that water will flow either intermittently or continuously. Now, friends, dams are classified according to structure, intended purpose, or height. Based on structure and the material used, dams are classified as timber dams, embankment dams, and masonry dams. With several subtypes, and according to the height dams is according to the height. Dams can be categorized as large dams and major dams, or alternatively as low dams, medium height dams, and high dams. Friends, in recent years, multipurpose projects multipurpose projects and large dams have come under great scrutiny and opposition for a variety of reasons. Regulating and damming of rivers affect their natural flow, causing poor sediment flow, excessive sedimentation at the bottom of the reservoir, which resulting in rockier stream, rockier stream beds and poorer habitats for the river's aquatic life. The dams also fragment rivers, making it difficult for aquatic fauna to migrate, especially for spamming the reservoirs that are created on the floodplains, and also submerge the existing vegetation and soil, leading to its decomposition over a period of time. Now, multipurpose projects and large dams have also been because of many new environmental movements like the Narmada Bachao Andolan, Tehri Dam Andolan, etc. Now, resistance to this project has primarily been due to the large scale of displacement of local communities, and local people often had to give up their land. Now, livelihood and their mere access and control over resources for the greater good of the nation. So, if the local people are not benefiting from such projects, then who is benefited? And perhaps the landowners and large farmers, industrialists, and few urban centers. Friends, Narmada Bachao Andolan or Save Narmada movement is non-governmental organization that tribal people farmers, mobilized tribal people farmers, environmentalists, and human rights activists against the Sardar Sarovar dam being built across the Narmada River in Gujarat. It originally focused on environmental issues related to trees that would be submerged under the dam. Recently, it is refocused the aim to enable poor citizens and especially the outseas to get full rehabilitation facilities from the government. Now, people felt that their suffering would not be in vain, accepted the trauma of displacement, believing in the promise of irrigated fields and plentiful harvests. So, often the survivals of Bihand told us, yes, that they accepted their suffering as sacrifice for the sake of their nation. Now, friends, the this conversation like shows the one of the book now. Friends, Sardar Sarovar Dam Sardar Sarovar Dam has been built over the Narmada River in Gujarat. This is one of the largest water resource. Yes, this is one of the largest water resource projects of India, covering four states: Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, and Rajasthan. Now, the Sardar Sarovar project would meet the requirement of water in drought prone and desert areas of Gujarat. So, friends, irrigation has also changed the cropping pattern of many regions, with farmers shifting to water intensive and commercial crops. Now, this has great ecological consequences like salinization of the soil. At the same time, it has transformed the social landscape, that is increasing the social gap between the richer landowners and the landless poor. As we can see, the dams did create conflict between people wanting different uses and benefits from the same water resources. In Gujarat, the Sabarmati Basin, farmers were agitated and almost caused a right over the higher priority given to water supply in urban areas. So, particularly during droughts, interstate water disputes are also becoming common with regard to sharing the cost and benefits of multi-purpose project. Now, friends, Krishna Godavari dispute is due to the objections raised by Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh governments. If it is regarding the diversion of more water at Koyna by Maharashtra, yes, it is regarding the diversion of more water at Koyna by the Maharashtra government for multi-purpose project, and this would reduce downstream flow in their states with adverse consequences for agricultural and industry. Now, friends, see the major rivers and dams in the map. Like here is the Bhakran angle, then Salal project, then come downwards like Tehri, Ganga river, Yamuna river. Now, most of the objectives to the project arose due to their failure achieve the purposes for which they were built. Ironically, the dams that were constructed to control floods have triggered floods due to sedimentation in the reservoir. And moreover, the big dams have mostly been unsuccessful in controlling floods at the time of excessive rainfall. Now, we'll discuss rainwater harvesting. Yes. So, many thought that given in the disadvantagement and rising resistance against the multi-purpose projects, water harvesting system was a viable alternative to both socio-economic and environmentally. In ancient India, along with the sophisticated hydraulic structures, there existed an extraordinary tradition of water harvesting system. So people had in depth knowledge of rainfall regimes and soil types, and developed wide ranging techniques to harvest rainwater, groundwater, river water, and flood water in keeping with the local ecological conditions and their water needs. Now, see the flood information. Now, basic safety precautions to be taken, like recently in Maharashtra and Northeast, there were flood-like situation or the floods we can say. Now, we'll see basic safety procedures to be taken during the floods. Even you can read, will not explain all those things. It will take a little bit time. So you can read as per your convenience, that is floods. Basic safety procedure precautions to be taken, and during floods, now now so in the flood plains of Bengal, people developed inundation channels to irrigate their fields. In arid and semi-arid regions, agricultural fields were converted into rain-fed storage. Yes, rain-fed storage structures that allowed the water to stand and moisten the soil, like the hadiths in Jaisalmer, Jodhas in other parts of Rajasthan. So now we'll see the rooftop rainwater harvesting. Now, friends, in the semi-arid and arid regions of Rajasthan, particularly in Bikaner, Solodi and Barmer, almost all the houses tradition have underground tanks or tankas for storing drinking water. Thus, tanks could be as large as big room. One household in Kolodi had a tank that was 6.1 meters deep, 4.27 meters long, and 2.44 meters wide. The tankers were part of the well-developed rooftop rainwater harvesting system and were built inside the main house of courtyard. Now see the recharge through abandoned dug well, then the rainwater can be stored in the tanks till the next rainfall, making it an extremely reliable source of drinking water when all other sources are dried up. Now, particularly in the summers, rainwater or color pani, as commonly referred to and in these parts, is considered the purest form of natural water. Many houses constructed underground rooms adjoining the tankard to beat the summer heat, as it would keep the room cool. Now, friends, interesting fact that rooftop rainwater harvesting is the most common practice in Shillong, Meghalaya. It is interesting because Cherrapunji and Mosram, yes, Mosinram, situated at a distance of 55 kilometers from Shillong, receive the highest rainfall in the world, and yet the state capital Shillong faces acute shortage of water. Nearly every household in the city has a rooftop rainwater harvesting structure. Nearly 15 to 25% of the total water requirement of the household comes from rooftop water harvest. Now, the activity is given in the book. Now, friends, in Western Rajasthan, the practice of rooftop rainwater harvesting is on the decline as plenty of water is available due to perennial Indira Gandhi Canal. Though some houses still maintain the tank since they do not like the taste of tap water. Now, fortunately, in many parts of rural and urban India, rooftop rainwater harvesting is being successfully adopted to store and conserve water. Now, Yes, see the circular village tank, the above in the Kaza village from which water released, and when required. And second image, the rooftop harvesting was common across the towns and villages of the Thar. Rainwater that falls on the sloping roofs, yes, sloping roofs of houses, is taken through a pipe into underground tanka. See the image also. Now, bamboo drip irrigation system. So friends, in Meghalaya, a 200-year-old system of tapping stream and spring water by using bamboo pipe is prevalent. Now, about 18 to 20 liters of water enters the bamboo pipe system, which, yes, gets transported over hundreds of meters and finally reduces to 20 to 80 drops per minute at the site of the plant. The bamboo pipes are used to divert perennial springs on the hilltops to the lower reaches by gravity. Now, the picture which is showing the channel sections made up of bamboo divert water to the plant site where it is distributed into branches and again made and laid out with different forms of bamboo pipes. Now, the flow of water into the pipes is controlled by manipulating the pipe positions. Now, see the diagram. One, two, three, four, 5, 6. Now, reduced channel sections and divergence units are used at the last stage of water application. The last channel section enables water to be dropped near the roots of the plant. Now, this way, we have discussed about the rainwater harvesting. Now, Now we'll start with the next chapter, that is agriculture. Now, friends, in previous chapter, we have discussed about water resources. Now, we'll start with the agriculture. Friends, let's start with new topic, agriculture. So friends, India is an agriculturally important country. The two-thirds of its population engaged in agriculture. Agriculture is a primary activity which produces most of the food that we consume. And besides food grains, it is also produces raw materials for various industries. Now, moreover, some agricultural products like tea, coffee, spices, etc., are also exported. Now, first of all, we'll start So types of farming. Now agriculture is an age-old economic activity in our country. Now over these years cultivation methods have changed and significantly depending upon the characteristics of physical environment, technological know-how, and socio-cultural practices. So farming varies from substance or subsistence to commercial type. At present, in different parts of India, the farming systems are practiced like first is so primitive subsistence agriculture is practiced on small patches. Now, agriculture is practiced on small patches of land with the help of primitive tools like hoe, dow, digging sticks, and family community labor. So, this type of farming depends upon monsoon, natural fertility, then so slash and burn agriculture, where farmers clear a patch of land and produce cereals and other food crops to sustain their family. Now, when the soil fertility decreases, the farmers shift and clear a fresh patch of land for cultivation. In a slash and burn agriculture, farmers clear a patch of land and produce cereals and other food crops to sustain their family. So when the soil fertility decreases, the farmer shift and clear a fresh patch to land for cultivation. So this type of shifting allows nature to replenish the fertility of the soil. Now, through natural processes, land productivity in this type of agriculture is low as farmer does not use fertilizers, other modern inputs. So it is known by different names in different parts of the country. So zooming, yes, the slashed burn agriculture is known as milpa in Mexico, Central America, Conuco, yes, the milpa in Mexico and Central America, whereas Conuco is in Venezuela, Roca in Brazil, Masol in Central Africa, Ladang in Indonesia, and Ray in Vietnam. So zooming is the slashed and now zooming in India, primitive form of cultivation is called Bevid or Dahiya in Madhya Pradesh, Podu Penda in Andhra Pradesh, Pamadabi or Kaman Bringa in Odisha, Kumari in Western Ghats, Velar and Volta in southeastern Rajasthan, Hill in the Himalayan belt, Purua in Jharkhand, and Juming in the northeastern region. So, Rihinja lived with her family in small village of outskirts of Difu in Assam. So there is story given, you can read as per your convenience. Now, first we will see so intensive subsistence farming. So this type of farming is practical in areas of high population, yes, high population pressure, on land, then it is labor intensive farming. So it is labor intensive farming. Now, where high doses of biochemical inputs and irrigation are used to obtaining higher production. Though right of inheritance leading to the division of land among successive generations has rendered land holding size uneconomical. the farmers continue to take maximum output from the limited land in the absence of alternative source. Now, the absence of alternative source of livelihood, yes, and thus there is enormous pressure on agricultural land in the intensive subsistence farming. Now, next is then commercial farming. So, friends, the main characteristics of this type of farming is use of higher doses of modern inputs, high yielding variety, now commercial farming. Now, the main characteristics of this type of farming is the use of higher doses of modern inputs, like example, high yielding variety seeds, then chemical fertilizers, insecticides, and pesticides in order to obtain higher productivity. So, the degree of commercialization of agriculture, which varies from one region to another. For example, rice is a commercial crop So rice is a commercial crop in Haryana and Punjab, but in Odisha it is subsistence crop. Now plantation is also type of commercial farming. Now a single crop which is grown in a large area. The plantation has an interface of agriculture and industry. So plantation cover large tracts of land using capital intensive inputs with the help of migrant laborers. So all the produce is used as raw material in respective industries. Now in India, tea, coffee, rubber, sugarcane, banana are important plantation crops. Tea in Assam and North Bengal coffee. Yes, the tea in Assam and North Bengal, whereas coffee in Karnataka are some of the important plantation crops grown in these states. Now, since the production is mainly for market as well as developed network for transport and communication, which connecting the plantation area, processing industries, and markets plays an important role in development of plantation. Now, next is cropping pattern. So, friends, we have studied the physical diversities and plurality of cultures in India. These are also reflected in agriculture practices and cropping patterns in the country, like various types of food and fiber crops. Food and fiber crops, vegetables, and fruits. spices, and condiments so constitute some of the important crops grown in the country. So India has three cropping seasons: Rabi, Kharif, and Zaid. So basically, Rabi crops are sown in winter from October to December and harvested in summer. Yes, S stand for sown in and H for harvested. Like Rabi crops are wheat, barley, peas, gram. Now, and gram and mustard. So these crops are grown in large parts of India. The states from the north and northwestern parts such as Punjab, Haryana. I'm talking about Rabi crops, friends. Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh are important for the production of wheat and other Rabi crops. So, availability of precipitation during winter months due to the western temperate cyclones helps in the success of these crops. However, the success of Green Revolution in Punjab, Haryana, Western Uttar Pradesh, and parts of Rajasthan has also been an important factor in growth of the above mentioned Rabi crops. Now, Kharif crops are grown with the onset of monsoon in different parts of the country, and these harvested in September, October. Important crops grown during this season like paddy, maize, jowar, bajra, tur, arhar, mung, urad, cotton, jute, groundnut, and soybean. Some of the most important rice growing regions are Assam, West Bengal, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Maharashtra, particularly the Konkan coast, then Uttar Pradesh, Bihar. So recently, paddy has also become an important crop of Punjab and Haryana. So in states like Assam, West Bengal, and Odisha. Three crops of paddy are grown in a year. These are Oats, Aman, and Boro. In between the Rabi and Kharif seasons, there is a short season during the summer. Yes, the summer months, which is known as Zed. So some of the crops produced during Zed are watermelon, muskmelon, cucumber, vegetables, and food crops. Sugarcane takes almost a year to grow. Now, after that, we'll see major crops. So, friends, major crops. So, variety of food and non-food crops are grown in different parts of the country depending upon the variations in soil, climate, and cultivation practices. So, major crops grown in India are rice, wheat, millets, pulses, tea, coffee, sugarcane, oilseeds, cotton, jute, etc. Now, friends, rice it is staple food crop of a majority of the people in India. Our country is the second largest producer of the rice in the world after China. It is kharif crop which requires high temperature, about 25 degrees Celsius, and high humidity with annual rainfall about 100 centimeters. In the areas of less rainfall, it grows with the help of irrigation. Now, so friends, the rice is grown in the plains of North and northeastern India. coastal areas and the deltic regions. So development of dense network of canal irrigation and tube wells have made it possible to grow rice in areas of less rainfall, such as Punjab, Haryana, Western Uttar Pradesh, and parts of Rajasthan. Then, next major crop is wheat. So, this is the second most important cereal crop. It is the main food crop in north and northwestern part of the country. This rabi crop requires a cool growing season and bright sunshine at the time of ripening. It requires 50 to 75 centimeter of annual rainfall, evenly distributed over the growing season. There are two important wheat growing zones in the country: the Ganga Satluj plains in the northwest and black soil region of the Deccan. The major wheat producing states are Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, and Rajasthan. Then we'll discuss millets. Friends, jowar, bajra, and ragi are the important millets grown in India, though these are known as coarse grains. They have very high nutritional value. For example, ragi is very rich in iron, calcium, other micronutrients, and raw gauge. Jowar is the third most important food crop. Jowar. Jowar is the third most important food crop with respect to area and production. It is rain-fed crop, mostly grown in the more moist areas, which hardly needs irrigation. And major jowar producing states are Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and Madhya Pradesh. After jowar, bajra, which grows well on sandy soil and shallow black soil. Major bajra producing states are Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Haryana. Ragi is a crop of dry regions and grows well on red, black, sandy, loamy, and shallow black soils. Major ragi producing states are Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Jharkhand, and Arunachal Pradesh. Then maize. So maize, it is a crop which is used both as food and fodder. Food and food. It is a kharif crop which requires temperature between 21 degrees Celsius to 21 degrees Celsius to 27 degrees Celsius and grows well in old alluvial soil. In some states like Bihar, maize is grown in Rabi season also. Use of modern inputs such as high yielding variety seeds, fertilizers, and irrigation have contributed to the increasing production of maize. Major maize producing states are Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, and Telangana. Now, friends, you can see the pictures given in the NCRT of these various crops. Now, after that, we'll see pulses. So, friends, India is the largest producer as well as the consumer of pulses in the world. These are the major sources of protein in a vegetarian diet. Major pulses that are grown in India are arhar, urad, moong, masoor, peas, and gram. So pulses need less moisture and survive even in dry conditions. Being leguminous crops, all these crops except arhar help in restoring soil fertility by fixing nitrogen from the air. So therefore, these are mostly grown in rotation with other crops. Major pulse producing states in India: Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, and Karnataka. Now, food crops other than grains: sugarcane. So, friends, sugarcane, it is a tropical as well as subtropical crop. It grows well in hot and humid climate with temperature of 21 degrees Celsius to 27 degrees Celsius and an annual rainfall between 75 centimeters and 100 centimeters. So irrigation is required in the regions of low rainfall. It can be grown on variety of soils and needs manual labor from sowing to harvesting. So India is the second largest producer of sugarcane only after Brazil. It is the main source of sugar, jaggery, Hansari, molasses. The major sugarcane producing states are Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Bihar, Punjab, and Haryana. Now, oil seeds. Now, friends, in 2016, India was the second largest producer of groundnut in the world after China. In rapeseed production, India was third largest producer in the world after Canada. Yes, after world, yes, third largest producer in the world after Canada and China in 2016. So different oil seeds are grown covering approximately 12% of the total crop area of the country. So one of the important crops, oil seeds. Main oil seeds produced in India are groundnut, mustard, coconut, sesame, teal, soybean, castor seeds, cotton seeds, linseed, and sunflower. Now, friends, most of these are edible and used as cooking mediums. However, some of these are also used as raw material in the production of soap, cosmetics, and ornaments. So, groundnut is a kharif crop and accounts for about half of a major oilseed produced in the country. Gujarat was the largest producer of groundnut, followed by Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh in 2016-17. Linseed and mustard are rabi crops. Sesame is kharif crop in north and rabi crop in South India. Castor seed is grown both as rabi and kharif crop. Then after that, we'll see tea. So tea cultivation is an example of plantation agriculture. It is also important beverage. Yes, it is an also important beverage crop introduced in India initially by the British, and today most of the tea plantations are owned by Indians. The tea plant grows well in tropical and subtropical climates. Endowed with deep and fertile, well drained soil, rich in humus and organic matter. So, tea bushes require warm and moist frost free climate all through the year. Now, frequent showers evenly distributed over the year ensure continuous growth of tender leaves. Tea is labor intensive industry. It requires abundant, cheap and skilled labor. Tea is proceed with yes, tea is proceed within the tea garden to restore its freshness. Major tea producing states are Assam, hills of Darjeeling, Jalpaiguri district, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. Apart from this, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Andhra Pradesh, and Tripura are also tea producing states in the country. In 2016, India was the second largest producer of tea after China. Then coffee. Next crop is coffee. So friends, Indian coffee is known in the world for its good quality. The Arabica variety initially brought from Yemen is produced in the country. So this variety is in great demand all over the world. Initially, its cultivation was introduced on the Baba Budan Hills, and even today, its cultivation is confined to the Nilgiri in Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. Now, after that, we'll see Horticulture crops. Friends, in 2016, India was the second largest producer of fruits and vegetables in the world after China. India is a producer of tropical as well as temperate fruits, mangoes, yes, mangoes of Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal, oranges of Nagpur and Cherrapunji, bananas of Kerala, Mizoram, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu, lychee and guava of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, pineapples of Meghalaya, grapes of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Maharashtra, apples, pears, apricots, and walnuts of Jammu and Kashmir, and Himachal Pradesh are in great demand the world over. So India is an important producer of pea, cauliflower, onion, cabbage, tomato, brinjal, and potato. Now, after that, we'll see non-food crops, rubber. So, friends, it is an equatorial crop, but under special conditions, it is also grown in tropical and subtropical areas. It requires moist and humid climate with rainfall of more than 200 centimeter, the temperature about 25 degrees Celsius. Rubber is an important industrial raw material. It is mainly grown in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and Garo Hills of Meghalaya. Then, friends, we'll see fiber crops like cotton, jute, hemp, and natural silk are the four major fiber crops grown in India. The first three are derived from the crops grown in the soil, that is cotton, jute, and hemp, whereas the natural silk obtained from cocoons of the silkworms fed on green leaves, especially mulberry. Rearing of silkworms for the production of silk fiber is known as sericulture. Now, friends, cotton. After that, now we'll see the cotton. Cotton. India is believed to be the original home of the cotton plant. Cotton is one of the main raw material for cotton textile industry. In 2016, India was second largest producer of cotton after China. Cotton grows well in dry parts of the black cotton soil of the Deccan Plateau. It requires high temperature, light rainfall, or irrigation 210 frost-free, force-free days, and bright sunshine for its growth. So cotton is kharif crop and requires 6 to 8 months to mature. Major cotton producing states are Maharashtra, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Punjab, Haryana, and Uttar Pradesh. Then, jute. It is known as the golden fiber. The jute grows well on well-drained fertile soils in the flood plains where soils are renewed every year. High temperature is required during the year. High temperature is required during the time of growth. West Bengal, Bihar, Assam, Odisha, Meghalaya are the major jute producing states, and it is used making gunny bags, mats, ropes, yarn carpets, and other artifacts. So, due to its high cost, it is losing market to synthetic fibers and packing material, particularly the nylon. So, friends, this is about the major crops. Now, the remaining topics of the agriculture will learn or discuss in the next session. So friends, this is about the today's marathon session. Now, dear friends, Unacademy is providing a number of benefits with UPSC CSE subscription. Yes, now friends, do not forget to download Unacademy app. You can follow me on app. Then you will get regular updates for the free special classes. Friends, free special classes will boost up your preparation. These are the interactive live classes. After the lecture, you will get notes. Then you can watch our classes live or recorded anytime from any of your devices. So hurry up, download Unacademy app, use code RBI Live to watch free special classes of all educators. You can watch recorded special classes or upcoming special classes on Unacademy app. Now friends, do not forget to enroll yourself for Unacademy Combat, which is scheduled on 8th August morning 11 a.m. Here is the chance to win exciting gifts like iPad mini, Apple AirPod, JBL speaker, Amazon vouchers, and much more. As per your rank, you will get scholarship also. Now friends, do not forget to enroll yourself for Unacademy Combat. That is the mega combat scheduled on 8th August. Book your calendar and time 8th August morning 11 a.m. The link is given in the description box. Register now with the referral code RBI Live. Friends, we are providing number of benefits with UPSC CSE subscription, like we are giving, or the we are providing like general studies and optional batches, test series for mains and prelims, study material in hard copy. So friends, normally if you will get all these benefits in offline market or any other platform, which will cost around 2.3 lakhs, but Unacademy is providing you all these benefits in discounted price of rupees 57.5k. So this is the limited period offer. Join immediately. Friends, there will be price hike on all UPSC subscriptions from 1st August onwards. So hurry up. As we have discussed CSE Assured, those aspirants will go with the 2 years of UPSC CSE subscription. And during the subscription, due to some reasons, they are not able to crack the examination. Then after 2 years, we'll provide you 1 year extra validity of your subscription absolutely free. That is CSE Assured by Unacademy. We are also celebrating Mentorship Week between 29 July to 4th August, where friends you can pay only 2,000 rupees to get optional guidance worth rupees 27,500. You will get expert mentor who will guide you throughout the UPSC journey. Friends, there are number of benefits with UPSC CSE subscription. Along with that, you will get huge discount on combo subscription. Like friends, you will get approx 45% discount on combo subscription till 2nd August. Yet also you can use referral code RBI Live to get referral code discount. Now friends, for the 1 year of subscription for the plus general studies and optional, that is the combo subscription, you have to pay only 49,680 rupees. So hurry up. Those aspirants will go with minimum 1 year and above combo subscription till 4th August. They'll get test series for optional preparation worth rupees 15,000 absolutely free. In this optional test series will cover 16 sectional and 5 full length tests. Friends, in Maha subscription offer, you will get extended validity of your subscription, which means for the 1 year plan, you will get validity till May 2022. And for the 2 year plan, you will get validity till the May 2023. So friends, hurry up. Enroll today and start your preparation. Now friends, one of the important thing, that is the comprehensive UPSC test series, where we will cover topic wise sectional and full length tests. There are 50 tests for prelims and 30 tests for main examination. So friends, this test series worth rupees 30,000. You will get absolutely free with minimum 1 year subscription and onwards. Yes, this is the quality test series which will help you to boost up your preparation and evaluate yourself. Friends, those aspirants facing financial constraint, they can go with the no cost EMI or the loan facilities by Unacademy. Will provide you the, yes, there is the link in the description box for the loan process. You can click on that link and apply for the loan process. So you will get loan or the no cost EMI benefits with UPSC CSE subscription. Dear friends, we are also providing 20 books, that is study material in hard copy, worth rupees 10,000 absolutely free with minimum 1 year subscription onwards. In this study material, complete syllabus is covered, included previous year questions and the updated with current affairs. Yes, friends, we have Plus and Iconic paid subscriptions. Here also you can use referral code RBI Live to get 10% discount, which means for the 1 year of Plus course you have to pay only 44,550 rupees, and for the 1 year of Iconic subscription you have to pay 67,050 rupees only. Yes, friends, you can avail 10% discount using referral code RBI Live on optional subscription also. Yes, friends, we are going to start new batches from 4th August. You can join these batches as per your convenience. We have 1 year batches, 2 year batches, film score booster MCQ batches, and for regional language like Tamil batches for UPSC CSE. So as per your convenience, you can join these batches. Yes, friends, last but not the least, Unacademy is providing free test series for all aspirants. Where we'll cover complete general studies and current affairs part. So here also you can use code RBI Live to unlock the free test. So friends, that's it for today's marathon session. In the next part, we'll cover the remaining part of the topics from agriculture. Till the time, friends, keep studying, keep revising. Do not forget to like, share, and subscribe Unacademy videos. Thank you. All the best. Stay home, stay safe.